government, and so far they're missing in action. Okay? Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it. This is Trump National Los Angeles, and it's been a tremendous success for a long time. I guess Lily would be 18 or 19 years, I think, right? And I built it, and I have a little bit of a motto, but we never have to advertise because it's always loaded up with golfers, very good golfers. It's a world championship course. It fronts on the Pacific Ocean, as you can see. It actually fronts, very few courses front on the Pacific Ocean. There's Pebble Beach and there's some others, but I always say I have the ocean, Pebble Beach has the bay. The ocean's better than the bay. And this course is one of the best courses anywhere in the world, and it's done really well, and we've had a lot of fun with it, so it's been great. It's a major property, as you can imagine. We do also lots of weddings and lots of events, and in the ballroom right behind you. And people get married literally on a nightly basis looking over the Pacific Ocean. So we have something that's very special. We're proud of it. Well, thank you all for being here. Before we begin, I want to express my support for all of the families affected by the landslides in Rancho Palos Verdes. The slides are something can be taken care of. This area is very solid. But you go down a couple of miles down, you'll see something that's pretty amazing. The mountain is moving, and it can be stopped, but they need some help from the government, so I hope they get the help, and I'm sure John will have the help. And I want to thank the mayor for the great job he's doing. I tell that to the people, what a great job he's doing. I just met with the mayor and especially want to salute all of the public safety and emergency personnel who are working down the road, as well as the utility workers who are fighting to restore service to local residents. It's another thing when you live along the coast. Sometimes that happens. It's a little bit more difficult, but when they fix it, there's nothing like it. There really is nothing like it. I'm here today in California with a very simple message for the American people. We cannot allow Comrade Kamala Harris and the communist left to do to America what they did to California. The state of California is a mess with people leaving, and nothing's going to stop them. They're going to other states. Some are going to other countries. But what they've done, Gavin Newsom and Kamala, and I want to say Kamala more so, she destroyed San Francisco and she destroyed the state. When you look at the kind of destruction that's taken place, it's all man-made or woman-made destruction too. It's things that should have never happened, but we're not going to let that happen with 4 more years of her in the White House, because if you have what happened to this country as what they allowed to happen in California and San Francisco, one of the great cities of the world 15 years ago, and today it's not in a very good position, to put it mildly, in this state, which is probably the best piece of real estate in the world. This state, you have the sunshine, you have the ocean, you have everything, you have the perfect weather, the best weather, and they've hurt it so badly. So badly. Decades ago, San Francisco was known as one of the most beautiful cities anywhere in the world. A friend of mine, a friend of a lot of the people here, Bob Tisch, used to say San Francisco is the best city in the United States, the best city there is. And he passed away a number of years ago, but he wouldn't believe it. He used to always talk about San Francisco as our greatest city. He owned Lowe's, good company, great company. And he would say it constantly, and now you see what's happened. And it can be brought back, just like our country can be brought back, because we're a nation in decline. The decline of this whole state is one of the sad chapters in what's gone on with the radical left lunatics that we have to put up with. As the San Francisco district attorney, Kamala was the godmother of sanctuary cities. She was right out there at the forefront, and also the movement of defunding the police. She was there right at the beginning. She boasted, quote, "We are a sanctuary city, and we always will be." Well, they're sanctuary cities of crime. One of the people that Kamala gave Sanctuary City to and put in as DA was Edwin Ramos, an illegal alien MS-13 gang member who savagely murdered a father and his two sons after mistaking them for members of a rival gang. She knew this, and she came to his defense. He had previously been arrested for robbing a pregnant woman and killing many, they say. Kamala refused to get him out of our country, and he went on to do very significant damage. She also gave sanctuary to illegal alien Ronnie Aguilera, who murdered a 14-year-old boy, nearly decapitating him with a sword. He enjoyed watching this take place with a sword by his hand. Kamala launched her tenure as DA with a San Francisco police group described as a, quote, fire sale for plea deals. They made plea deals. The only one they don't make a plea deal with is Trump. They go after their political opponent, especially when they haven't done anything wrong. You saw more charges were dropped yesterday in Atlanta, Georgia. It's all politically inspired. It's all against their political opponent. We won the case in the big case. They said the big case. I've completely won that case. The documents case in Florida. Case was thrown out with deranged Jack Smith, deranged prosecutor, that if he devoted his efforts to violent crime and to the border, which they should have, would be in a lot better position as a country. In one sweetheart deal, Kamala gave only 12 years to a monster known as David Taylor, who got high on crack and murdered a 65-year-old mother with a hammer and a pair of scissors. He wanted to come out, and she wanted to get him out as quickly as possible. In another plea deal, she gave only 6 years to a man who killed a disabled veteran with a knife and then left his body to rot in a bathtub. Kamala refused to seek the death penalty for a gang member who murdered San Francisco police officer Isaac Espinoza during a traffic stop, very innocent traffic stop. To explain her decision, why would you do this? Why would you give such leniency to somebody that just killed his officer's son? A major, the San Francisco Police Officers Association has refused her every single race since she became district attorney. The police don't endorse her. She's got virtually no endorsements now, but I have almost every police group in the United States. We just got the endorsement of almost 400,000 police. You saw that. And just police group in the country. The endorsement just about every single police group in the United States. And unadulterated, they are so happy to endorse. After Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom took charge of San Francisco, homelessness increased by over 200%. While Comrade Kamala Harris was Attorney General of this state, murders rose significantly. Car thefts went through the roof. Gun assaults rose at levels never seen before. Attorney General, she defined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as nonviolent crimes. She put them in a new category as nonviolent. Now, as vice president, she's facilitated the largest wave of sex trafficking and human trafficking in history, the history of our country by far. And in case you don't want to write about it, which you should, because there can be no bigger scandal than this, we have, under this administration, 325,000 migrant children are missing. 325,000. In other words, take your biggest stadium in California and you could fill it up 5 or 6 times. Those are all missing children. Many of them are dead. Many of them are sex slaves and slaves of different nature. But her destruction of the law and order in California did not end there. In 2020, Kamala Harris proudly endorsed defund the police. We're going to defund the police. Anybody that was even in favor of defunding the police for 1 month, let alone her entire career, should never be president of the United States. She supported a plan to cut the LA Police Department by at least 150. Very significant heights. Today, it's at the highest level it's ever been. Harris also endorsed the Marxist, Soros-backed prosecutor, George Gascon, to be district attorney of Los Angeles. And with Kamala's support, Gascon has unleashed hell upon the residents of Los Angeles, absolute hell. Kamala supported Gascon's decision to stop prosecuting criminals for trespassing, disturbing the peace, making criminal threats, loitering to commit prostitution, and resisting arrest. And these are some of the best areas in your state. They were left alone. They were protected by him, actually protected by him. They've been trying to get him out for a long time, but she helped. And this is where she's coming from as president. This is where she's coming from. This is why all of her policies changed. She was anti-fracking. She was anti-everything. And all of a sudden, she changed. Even the first question she was given at the debate gave one of the dumbest answers. They were asking about pricing and would you be better off today or 4 years ago? Prices have gone up at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. And just the concept of being better off, she didn't give the answer. She talked about when she grew up, nobody knew what the hell she was talking about. And based on the polls, it didn't work because Rasmussen, as you probably saw, just came out and they just lifted me up by 6 points for president, which is one of the biggest increases they've ever had in one little short period of time of a couple of days, up 6 points. And I thought the debate was great. I thought I did very well, but I was fighting three people. I was fighting the crazy left radical lunatics at ABC, I think considered the worst broadcaster out there. George Slobodanopoulos, that whole group, they're bad. And I lost a lot of respect for David Muir. He came at me with things, and we'll go over it in a second, but I was right about the crime stats going way up. The fact is the FBI didn't report them, and we're able to keep the stats essentially flat. But the new numbers came in. I guess somebody in government likes me because the new numbers were just released, and you'll see the kind of numbers that we're talking about went not only up, but up at record levels like nobody's seen before when everything was included. And thanks to Kamala, since 2020, crime and drug overdose deaths here have skyrocketed by 40, 50, and 60%, and murder has reached an all-time high. We don't want this for our country. That's why I'm doing this. I don't like doing this other than I know you all have the nicest view you're going to ever have. But somebody's got to explain this one. There's a radical left, Marxist, communist, fascist. As borders are, she then launched a colossal invasion of California's southern border. Just yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that a Venezuelan gang is expanding its deadly reach in the United States. First sentence of the story begins, U.S. law enforcement officials have watched with alarm the spread of a Venezuelan gang known for dismembering people. Dismembering people, right? Dismembering people. From Chile to Colombia, they're all over the place. Now they're in our country. They're known as MS-13. They're considered the meanest, toughest gang in the world. In Long Island, not so long ago, two young 16-year-old girls were walking to school, and they carved them up with a knife. They killed both of them. They carved them up with a knife. They didn't want to shoot them. And we got them out. I got them out so fast, and we did a big number. And I wanted to thank ICE while I'm at it, because ICE has been unbelievable. Border Patrol has been unbelievable. And she wants to get rid of ICE. She wants to dismember ICE. She wants to take them out. And if you didn't have ICE, you'd have a problem in this country. ICE would go in. I remember in Long Island with us, they had a gang that was brutal. MS-13 gang. They came out of prisons from different places, and they formed for whatever reason. Long Island seems to be a place. And I'll never forget the scene of ICE going into a rat's nest, they call them, when you have a lot of them together, rat's nest. And they walked into that nest, and you just saw arms and fists and feet. Everybody was flying. And 3 minutes later, he saw it. 3 minutes later, they walked out with these guys, dragging them out by their feet and throwing them into paddy wagons and bringing them into jails. And then we got them out of the country and moved them back to where they came from, which Obama was unable to do when he was president. Obama was unable to do because the countries wouldn't participate. They wouldn't allow him back. But I called those countries, 3 of them. Guatemala, take a look. Mexico, too, to a large extent. And I think probably the worst of all, we had 4 countries. Colombia was rough. We had 4 in South America. But the South America is no longer the problem. We have bigger problems elsewhere. Guatemala, a lot of problems in Guatemala. A lot of bad people coming out. We called, I said, let me speak to the president. I told him, you're not getting any more foreign aid. I got $750 million a year. I said, no more foreign aid. Why? Because you send people over in caravans and you won't take them back, and they're criminals, and we don't want them in this country. And you wouldn't take them back with Obama. They would put planes on the runways, big planes on the runways, so you couldn't land the planes loaded up with prisoners. And I said, that's okay. You can keep doing it. We're not paying you 10 cents. And they called me back 20 minutes later, one of them the next day, 3 countries. And they said we would be honored to take MS-13 back. We like them very much. We're wonderful people. And we got them out by the thousands and thousands. We got them out. And that I attribute to ICE and Border Patrol. They're incredible people. Not only is Comrade Howard, I mean, if you take a look at this, but not only is Comrade Kamala allowing illegal aliens to stampede across our border, but then it was announced about a year ago that they're actually flying them in. Nobody knew that. They were secretly flying in hundreds of thousands of people. Some of the worst murderers and terrorists you've ever seen. They were taking anybody that wanted to come in. And they're flying them in. So when they tell you about their borders a little bit better than it used to be, they only did that for election reasons. Not good, but it's a little bit better. But they don't tell you that the flights are still coming in here, bringing in thousands and thousands of illegal aliens, and they're being dropped into the midsection of our country because all states are really border states right now. And I'm the border president. I solved it in 2016, probably got elected because of that in 2016. And really, there was nothing to do in 2020. I said to my people, I want to talk about the border, what a job I did. They said, sir, nobody cares you did it. It was good. We went from a terrible border to a great border very quickly. I did a great job. And then I come in and I look at what's happening now, and the only difference is that the border in 2016 was 1/20th what it is now. We have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a border like this. And I want to be the border president, and I hope you call me the border president because I'm going to show you what a border security job we can do, and we're going to do a job like never has been done before. There's never been a border like this. I believe the real number is 21 million people are here, and many are thugs, criminals. And remember this, if you go to South America and if you go to these countries that have taken their prisoners out of their jails to empty their jails and dumped them into the United States like we're a dumping ground, you're going to see their crime rates have gone down by 50, 60, 70, and 80%. If you look at Caracas, Venezuela, they took their criminals and drug dealers and rapists off the street and they dumped them into the United States of America. Dumping ground, they call it. We're a dumping ground for Venezuela because we have stupid people running our country. And you think Biden's bad? This one's going to be worse than Biden. Over the past 3.5 years, Kamala has resettled 500,000 illegal migrants from Haiti into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane. when they couldn't get through the border because the border guards backed up. They were refusing to let them in. They don't want it. They love this country. They're saying, you can't do this to our country. They flew them in right over the top of the border guards, and they're doing it right now. They're doing it right now. In Springfield, Ohio, 20,000 illegal Haitian migrants have descended upon a town of 58,000 people, destroying their way of life. They've destroyed the place. And people don't like to talk about it because even the town doesn't like to talk about it because it sounds so bad for the town. They live there. They're proud. They love the town. For years, it was a great place, safe, nice. Now they have 20,000, and I actually heard today it's 32,000. It's the new number. Illegal aliens are now coming in from all over the world, from prisons, jails, mental institutions. They're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. We cannot let this happen to our country. And I will be your border president, and I hope you call me a border president. I never thought I'd have to say that again because we fixed the border, and now it was 100% beautiful. And that includes fentanyl and drugs and everything else. We had it fixed, and now nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I guess they want to do it because we built hundreds of miles of wall, and we had hundreds of miles, I said, after we completed, much more than I said I was going to complete. And it had a huge impact. But after I completed it, we had all of this wall to be put up. It could have been put up in 200 miles, could have been put up in 3 weeks, would have been totally sealed, and much larger than I originally said, but it worked so well. We were doing so well. And not only didn't they put it up, they sold much of it for 5 cents on the dollar. Very expensive wall, has wires inside of it for technology. Hardened steel, hardened concrete, and rebar. They wanted all three. I did it as per the Border Patrol. I disagreed with the look. They said, sir, this is the only way. We had to put a anti-climb panel on top. The panel on top is an anti-climb panel. I said, I don't like the way it looks. They say, I know, but it stops people from climbing. I said, all right, we'll do it the way you want. A president has a duty to keep you safe. Kamala will turn America into a poor, violent, third world refugee camp. It already sort of is. We have elections that are a mess, and we have a border that's the worst of any border ever in the world. There's never been a country ever in the world that's allowed 21 million people to come across in a short period of time. And children and the children of American citizens are at the mercy of barbaric criminals. You take a look at what's happening in Colorado. The governor's afraid to even talk about it. The governor is a Democrat. Colorado, I hope you're going to vote for Trump because you're being stampeded by your own politicians. The governor can't talk about it because he can't go against the policies of these lunatics that want all these people to come into our country without knowing who they are. We don't even know where they come from. As of last week, I was told by Tom Homan, we had 168 countries represented over the last 12 months. In other words, people came in illegally from 168 different countries. Most people don't know there's that many countries. There's more than that in the world. We'll know them all pretty soon, I'm sure. In breaking news yesterday, the premier statistical agency at the Justice Department, you remember where David Muir tried to correct me when I said that crime is rampant like never before. He said, oh, no. He said, crime is going down. I said, where are you coming from? And, you know, you wouldn't have to need a Bureau of Justice statistics to know that crime is worse than it's ever been. And I guess they probably watched the debate and they heard this foolish man, this foolish fool make that statement to me that, no, crime is coming down. The FBI said it was coming down. The FBI defrauded everybody because what they did is they used statistics not including some of the worst areas and some of the worst cities. So the real numbers are from the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and they just released it. So I think they probably like me because they wanted to defend me from people that are not smart, from a guy who has good hair but not as good as it was 5 years ago, to be honest. And they just released brand new numbers just out last night, late, showing that since 2020, so this guy, David Muir, was correcting me, the FBI. Now, the FBI defrauded just like they defrauded on the jobs, 118,000 jobs that didn't exist. The FBI, in this case, defrauded. So violent crime, just out, nationwide is up 40%. Rape is up 42%. Car theft is up 42%. Aggravated assaults are up 55%. And violent attacks on strangers are up much more than 61%. So those are your numbers. See, those are the numbers. Now, I think he corrected me 11 times. Of the 11 times, I don't think he had the right to correct me at all. Didn't correct her once. Like on Project 2025, I have no idea about, it had nothing to do with me. He didn't correct her. He knew that. Charlottesville, nothing was done wrong. All you had to do is read my statement one more sentence, and you would have seen that. Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, Jesse, all of them, Greg Gutfeld, they all took that and they corrected it many times, but they keep coming with the same lies. I'm going to save Social Security, and I'm going to make it good, and we're not going to raise the age, just as I did for 4 years when many Democrats wanted me to do something about it. And she'll go around saying, oh, Trump is going to do bad things to Social Security. No, she's going to do, because she's putting these illegal immigrants onto Social Security, onto Medicare, and she's going to destroy those programs, and the people are going to have to pay. But I'm going to save them. But David Muir said exactly, I quote, President Trump, as you know, this is after I made the statement that crime is at record numbers. President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is coming down in this country. Now, anybody that says it's coming down, when you look at all of the migrant crime and all of the other crime, and this doesn't even include most of the migrant crime. So it's up 55, 65, 75, and 85. In one case, one category is up 89%. And these numbers have just been released by the government. I appreciate the person that released them. I think he came to my defense, actually. But the people understand it. In fact, he was wrong. The FBI totally fudged the numbers. And I really believe it's actually a fraud what the FBI did. It's a fraud. And it was a fraud when the administration, I call it the Kamala, because I don't even know who our president is anymore. Where is this guy? They took it away. This was an overthrow of the president of the United States. This was a coup. He got 14, think of it. He got 14 million votes. She got no votes. She was the first one that lost, and now I'm running against her. They went in. I was 19 points up in the poll. I saw their poll. They went up after the debate with Biden. I have debates with everybody. But the first debate, we had two debates. We didn't have one. First, I had Biden, and he was 19 to 21 down. And they went, that's when they went, and they said, you can't win. You're going to get out. And he said, no, I'm not. I'm not going to get out, which was his right to say. They said, well, if you don't get out, we're going to execute the 25th Amendment. And he said, like I said, I'm going to get out. And he hates her beyond I think he hates her probably almost as much as he hates me. I think he still hates me a little bit more. But he hates her. He hates her. He hates what she did. And, you know, when they talk about democracy, well, that's not democracy. He had 14 million votes. She had none. And she was the first one out of the 22 people or so that ran as a Democrat. She never made it to Iowa, first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one out, and now she's running. So you tell me how that works. They wanted to be politically correct, that's all. But we're not going to let her destroy our country. In fact, the David Muir character, he's lost so much respect. Everyone's talking about him. He's a joke. And ABC News is a joke, too. But most of the fake news is pretty much of a joke. He said that the FBI, and he didn't know this, I guess, at the time. He probably did. But the numbers and the cities that weren't included in those numbers were Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, New Orleans, and many others of similar crime numbers. In other words, so they didn't include the worst crime numbers in the country. You look at those numbers, Chicago's not included, Los Angeles not included. So they could say the numbers are flat, but they didn't include the big boys. And that's a fraud on the public. And as I said, it was a fraud also, just like with so it's 818,000 jobs that they said existed that didn't exist. And they thought they could hold the number off until after the election, anytime after November 5th, but that didn't work out because they had a whistleblower that released the numbers. And then you have Kamala's claim that she worked at McDonald's. She never worked at McDonald's. It's a lie. They went in, they investigated it, and the fake news won't report that. They won't report it. The only one that reported it was Fox, but the fake news won't. She never worked at McDonald's. She said she stood over those French fries when they were being fried, and it was so tough work. She never worked there. She's a liar. She's a liar. But the fake news ought to report she's a liar, because that sounds like a little thing, but it's a big thing, because it tells you they lie. They lie about everything. They lie about statements on the military. Nobody loves the military more than me. She got up today. She said things that were just lies. She's just made up. What's bad for Trump? Oh, this would be, say something bad about the military. Oh, he said bad about the military. Just like McDonald's, a total lie. That's the way they do it. And her VP choice, I think, will go down as a catastrophic choice. Now, maybe I'll be wrong. I'll let you know on November 6th. But I can't believe that guy is an asset. They had other people that would have been. Comrade Kamala Harris and the communist left have also destroyed the economy and the quality of life all across this state and all across our country. As vice president, what she's done to our country is not even thinkable. California has the highest inflation, the highest taxes, the highest gas prices, the most illegal aliens, the most regulations, the most expensive utilities, and it ranks as the third worst state to start a business. It also has the most people leaving it. I love this place. Look at this. I own this. No partners, no mortgage, no nothing. I own it. And I'm talking so badly about the state. It hurts me to do it. I would never do this except for the fact that I'm running for president and I want to save the country. So I'd rather sacrifice this than lie or not speak. But think of it. I'm knocking the hell out of the state of California. I'm saying how bad she was and what a bad job she's done. What a horrible Governor Newsom has been. He's been horrible. So many people leaving. And I'm hurting my own property. And that cost me lots of money. But it's okay, because this is unimportant compared to saving the United States of America. So I do it for that reason. But those are the numbers, what Kamala Harris's policies will do to America. The cost of living here is nearly 40% higher than the national average. And the cost of housing is 97% higher. And the national average is through the roof. And it all took place in the last 3.5 years because I had no inflation, essentially no inflation. And it stayed that way for 2 years. So it wasn't like, oh, gee, it was ready to pop. No, we had it done. We had it down to a science. We had no inflation, 1.4%, which is perfect. That's better than no. That's a perfect number. If you go to the economists, they said, because you want a little bit, but you don't want much. It's a perfect number. It was perfect. The country was perfect. We were drilling. We were taking it out. Now we're buying our oil from Venezuela. It's not even believed. It's interesting. They give him billions of dollars now, Maduro, the dictator. I call him the owner of Venezuela. They give him billions and billions of dollars, but then they foreclose on his plane. They take away an old junky plane. It's not a good plane. They take away an old junky plane. And I said, well, it's okay. He'll buy a much better one. We give him, think of it, a country takes away his airplane, but pays him billions of dollars for their oil, which is the worst oil on the planet. It's tar. And it has to be refined. There's only one plant in the entire world that can refine that junk. And you know where it's located? In Houston, Texas, for the environmentalists. So Houston, Texas is refining tar, and that stuff is going up into the air. But it's the only place in the whole world that can refine that very bad stuff. The state is rapidly going busted with a record $68 billion budget deficit last year, $68 billion deficit for a state. And the government is so incompetent that it costs $1.7 million to install a single public toilet in San Francisco. They built a toilet for $1.7 million. And it's not even nice. I saw pictures of it. I built this whole thing for less than that. Unsurprisingly, more Americans are now leaving California than any other state in the union, and over 500 companies have left since 2020. It hurts me to say it. Look, I have this unbelievably valuable asset, and here I am knocking the hell. I'm sitting here thinking, and I know this, I've known it for every time I speak badly of New York. We have a very bad attorney general there. She's a political hack who got elected saying, I will get Trump, I will get Trump, I will get him, Letitia James. And they had a phony case where they value a house that's worth $1 billion to $1.5 billion at $18 million. The judge was corrupt. And she's corrupt, very corrupt person. It's a political hack. And then we have the other cases that they're all headed up by the White House. They sent their people in, one person in particular, but they sent their people in to head up the cases in the state. They sent their people in from the DOJ in Washington, highest officials, to go to Letitia James, work there, get that started, and then go to the DA in Manhattan. But I think the appellate courts are going to see what's happening. I really do. I believe in that. But it's hurting New York because businesses are moving out of New York because of it. They used a consumer fraud statute, which has never been used before for this, to get me in New York. And I had no jury. You can't have a jury. You're not entitled to a jury. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But I'm sure, I feel sure that the appellate courts will come in and defend, because otherwise our country is finished. A thing like that can happen. And no company wants to move into New York because of it. Very, very bad for New York. In the face of this crisis, the Kamala Harris Democrats in Sacramento, they're in Sacramento and all over the place, just passed a bill that I think the governor's rejecting. I hope he rejects, but I think he was given a lot of pressure. $150,000 home loans for only illegal aliens. But the fact that it even passed, I would imagine he'd reject it if he hasn't already done so. They also passed a law that allows state authorities to take children from their parents if they don't, quote, affirm their child's gender identity. When Kamala Harris said the values that she has have never changed, I really think that was probably the only true statement that she made. They've stayed true, and you look at what they are. They're the same as what they were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They want to confiscate your guns. They want to take your guns away. They're going to take your guns away if I'm not elected. Anybody that owns a gun, if you vote for them, you're crazy. Any Jewish person that votes for Kamala is crazy. She wouldn't go to see the Prime Minister of Israel in Congress. Think of that, because she had a sorority party, which she considered to be more important. It's a big deal when a Prime Minister comes to Congress and speaks, and she doesn't want to go because she's at a sorority party. But that wasn't really the reason. The real reason is that she hates Israel. And I say that Israel will not exist in 2 years from now if she's elected president. And she'll be very happy if that happened. Israel will not mark me down. You know, they have a hat, and I didn't put it. They say, you know, Trump was right about everything. I've been right about everything. So I end on that, and I just want to say that I'm going to hopefully be elected. Polls have gone way up since the debate. I'm going to be reelected and come in for a second time. We did, as I said, much better the second time than we did the first, but some bad things happened. But we're doing it now, and more importantly, I'm looking to the future. We're going to make our country bigger, better, greater than ever before. We're going to turn it around. We're going to get rid of the criminals that have been allowed. That wouldn't, maybe a Mitt Romney or somebody like that. But we've gotten great praise for the debate. And based on the polls, like Rasmussen being up 6 today, the first poll out, based on the polls, obviously, I did well in the debate. Also, based on the where I sometimes had, in one case, 92% win. So, you know, look, you come from Fox. You shouldn't play the same game as everybody else. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What would you say to your Republican colleagues or your allies who are concerned about your close relationship with Laura Loomer?
Well, I don't know what they would say. Laura's been a supporter of mine, just like a lot of people are supporters, and she's been a supporter of mine. She speaks very positively of the campaign. I'm not sure why you asked that question, but Laura is a supporter. I don't control Laura. Laura has to say what she wants. She's a She's a free spirit. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I can't tell Laura what to do. Laura's a supporter. I have a lot of supporters, so I don't know what exactly you're referring to. That's okay. Yeah, please. I just don't know. Laura's a supporter. I don't know. She is a strong person. She's got strong opinions, and I don't know what she said, but that's not up to me. She's a supporter. Please.
Traveling with you on your plane.
Okay, a lot of people do. It's a very big plane.
With you. She made racist remarks about your opponent. She also espoused conspiracy theories about 9/11. Do you disavow those remarks?
Well, I have to see what the remarks are. You're telling me for the first time we're here discussing the destruction of San Francisco and California by a person that's running for president. So I don't even know what you're talking about. I do know that she may have said something based on what you're telling me, but I don't know what she said. But I'll go take a look and I'll put out a statement later on. But I really don't know. Please.
President, Springfield, Ohio is experiencing a migrant crisis. Will you
Yes.
use an event there to show the media what's actually happening, maybe a town hall?
Well, we could, and maybe we'll do that. Where are you from? That's good. Very good. They're doing a very good job. Yeah, that's very good. No, I will, maybe Springfield, maybe Aurora, maybe both. We'll go there. I can say this. We will do large deportations from Springfield, Ohio. Large deportations. We're going to get these people out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. You know, he told Biden he's not accepting anybody back. They moved all their criminals. Not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela, emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within. And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country, and we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora. Okay?
The mayor of Springfield, Ohio, the police chief, the Republican governor of Ohio have all debunked this story about people eating pets. And now there are bomb threats at schools and kids being evacuated. Why do you still spread this false story?
The real threat is what's happening at our border, because you have thousands of people being killed by illegal migrants coming in and also dying. You have women dying as they come up. They're coming up in large groups. We call it a caravan. I think I came up with that name, but it's really what it is. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people. And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here, they can go into the country and they end up being sex slaves and everything else. Those are your real problems, not the problem that you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
Quick question. So you just said that you'll carry out the largest mass deportation of illegal immigrants. How are you going to have, for example, Governor Gavin Newsom or officials in sanctuary cities comply with that?
Well, you know, if you go to the people of California, they don't want to have sanctuary cities anymore. They're tired of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are really blocks that protect bad people from deportation and other problems. And they're going to do it. And our federal government has tremendous power. But we're not going to let states, even like California, even though I know it's largely a sanctuary state, essentially, but we're not going to let that happen to the people of California. They want these people out. They're just as scared as everybody else. The people of Ohio are scared. The people of Colorado, you have a governor there who's very weak. He doesn't know what to do. And he doesn't want to talk about it. A lot of it, as per your question, they don't want to talk about what's happening. They say it's so bad for the city. Let's not go public. Let's live with it for a little while. Maybe it'll go away. It's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. It's going to get so bad. You know what we're experiencing now is they're just getting settled in. There's 21 million people that have come in. They're just getting settled in. It's going to get much worse. It's going to get worse at a level like nobody's ever seen before. Go ahead.
Follow-up question regarding the economy. We're seeing more and more companies are shipping their jobs overseas, but even for white-collar jobs,
right.
they're having problems with that. We've been seeing mass layoffs. How would you prevent these white-collar jobs from being
by lowering taxes and regulations? And what they're doing is they're seeing that every time it looks like Kamala's doing well, companies want to leave. Stock markets go down. The stock market, there's a great gentleman, Scott Bessent, who is one of the top Wall Street people. He said the market's only up because they all think that Trump is going to get elected. We had a great stock market. Even with COVID, we ended up handing over a market that was higher than previous to COVID or the China virus coming in. No, we are going to make sure that the taxes are going to stay where they are and or come down, ideally come down, both for the middle class and for corporations, because corporations put the people to work. We had the best numbers in the history of our country, by far, not even close. And there are companies leaving because they cannot stand what's happening right now to our country. And one of the reasons I'm doing this today is to let them know you're not going to have to leave because we're going to take care of the problem. They have a tremendous crime problem. Like if you're in Los Angeles, look at the crime numbers. And then you have the FBI lying about the numbers, saying the numbers went down. But anybody with common sense know the numbers are through the roof. I didn't know they were as high as they are. But think of it. How good is a person from a government agency that would release the numbers when they saw that I was unfairly targeted by ABC, and you could say by the FBI with false numbers. So I mean, I have great respect. I have to find out who that person is or who that group is, but I have great respect. Go ahead, one more. You okay?
North Korea, Kim Jong-un, he just toured a uranium facility. The U.S. is saying that Iran is sending ballistic missiles to Russia. How, if reelected, how would you address the situation with our adversaries?
I'll be able to make phone calls and solve most of the problems. I may actually have to meet a couple of times. But, you know, Viktor Orban, and you've heard me say this, but it wasn't long ago, he said the only way you're going to solve the world problem is Trump has to be president again. And I don't say it. I didn't say it. I sort of would be embarrassed to say it. But he said everybody was afraid of Trump. He said China was afraid. Russia was afraid. North Korea was afraid. Everybody was afraid. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. And they said it was going to take 5 years, right? The generals in Washington. I went there and met a great general and some great people. And I said, go to it. And he took them out in 4 weeks, 100% of the ISIS caliphate. I flew there. I flew to Iraq, to the field, and they took them out in a very short period of time, short order. We have a great military, but, you know, a great military needs a leader. If you don't have leaders, then you end up with Afghanistan, the worst withdrawal from a country in the history. Look, I've gotten to know great people. I went to Arlington at their request, and I stood, and I was with them for hours, and I stood with them. They did a ceremony, and then they asked me if I'd go down to the graves of their children. They called them their children, that they always will be their children. And there were tears all over, as there should be. And they said, sir, could you take pictures with me by the grave of my son, in one case, a daughter? And I said, I'd love to. And I took pictures with them for a while, and then I left, and that was it. And I got home, and I got a call from the people in the campaign. Sir, the Biden people are saying that you did this for publicity. If people knew how hard it was to get there, because I was coming from a location that was very far away, and yet they were having the ceremony, and I really felt, you know, I had them up to Bedminster, most of the family members, and I got to know them. They're great people. Their sons and daughter, just as though Kamala shot them with a pistol in her hand or his hand, they were killed by Biden and Kamala. They were killed. They should have never left from that airfield. They should have left for Bagram. We should have never given up Bagram. Bagram now is controlled by China. The reason we shouldn't have given it up was not because of Afghanistan. The reason we shouldn't have given it up, 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, and I wasn't giving it up. We were getting out quickly and effectively. I'm the one that got the numbers down to less than 5,000 soldiers. But I would have never left unless they fulfilled their obligations under an agreement. I had a wonderful agreement, but the agreement said you have to do this, this, this. They didn't do 3 of the first 5 things, so therefore they would have done it. Abdul was the leader, and he wouldn't have done it, and he would have never done that to us. And just in finishing up with that, and I appreciate the question, actually, but in finishing up with that, for 18 months, spoke to Abdul over the phone. For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot or killed. Not one American soldier was even shot at. Abdul understood. Don't do it. I said, don't do it, Abdul. Don't do it. And for 18 months, not one soldier was even shot at. And that's the way it's supposed to be, right? And then they had that horrible situation with the 13 dead, leaving billions of dollars of equipment behind. and leaving a lot of Americans behind, a lot of Americans. And you know what else? Leaving a lot of soldiers badly wounded. Nobody ever talks about them, but I do.
Let's talk about California. You are claiming that we need to do major changes in this state. If you're president, what's the biggest policy difference for the people of California? And what would the nature of your relationship be with the leaders of California who you're calling scum? How do you get that?
Well, I would have a great relationship with them. And what you have to do is start all over again. You cannot have these policies of high taxation. You can't have these policies of politics where you go after your politicians. You have to have an honest voting system because, you know, you don't have an honest voting system. They send out millions and millions of ballots. They go all over the place. Some people get 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a very dishonest system over here. If I ran with an honest vote counter in California, I would win California. But the votes are not counted honestly. It's a very dishonest system that you have in California. And I'd make it business friendly. Right now, it's business unfriendly. Look, Elon Musk is a friend of mine. He endorsed me very powerfully. He endorses me every time he speaks. He really wants to see us win because he knows we can do a great job and turn it around. He left California. I said to him, Elon, did anybody ever call you? It's a big company. He moved to Texas. A lot of people moving to Texas. Great state. Excellent governor, an excellent lieutenant governor. Great people. They love entrepreneurs. They love the people that live there. They want to keep their taxes low. Taxes are way too high here. But I said to Elon, so you have a big company and you're moving it to Texas from California. Did anybody call you, like the governor, to try and get you to stay? No. Did anybody see you, write a letter, do anything to try and keep you to stay? You have thousands of jobs. He said, nobody ever called. There'd be so many things you could do. This would be the easiest place to turn around if they knew what to do. Look at it. I mean, look at the weather. We're standing out here on the Pacific Ocean in the most beautiful weather. A lot of states don't have weather like this. They don't have Pacific Oceans. So it's many things you could do, but you start with lowering taxes and making it friendly. But think of it, Elon Musk, a great guy, brilliant guy, big company, lots of jobs, leaving. Nobody even calls him to try and get him to stay. I would have been on him. I would have said, let's have lunch, let's have dinner, and then let's have breakfast the following morning, right? I would have tried to talk him out of it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
What value do you feel that Laura Loomer brings to you? And has nobody told you about the conspiracy theories that she is promoting?
No, I don't know that much about it. No, I don't. I know she's a big fan of the campaign, but I really don't know. I would say that, well, she brings a spirit to us that a lot of people have. We have very spirited people. And in all fairness to her, she hates seeing what's happened to the country, I guess. I mean, she hates seeing what's happened to the country. So do I. It's very sad. It's very sad when I have to stand out here on my property and say how bad California is. Did you have another one?
Mr. President, getting back to some questions that matter to the people of California. There are a lot of folks here who feel like they are forgotten men and women. The state government doesn't seem to care, but you are coordinating with the local mayor. What can you do to help this community either now or when you get elected?
Well, we're going to help them, and I told John, the local mayor, but I told John we're going to help him with his slide problem. You know, there are ways of fixing that. We discussed it. He knows better than anybody. And he needs help from the federal government. He needs help from the state government. And it's a very wealthy area. But you also have people living here that are elderly and have fixed incomes and have houses that are going to be, you know, shoved into the Pacific Ocean if something's not done. And he wants it taken care of. He's a great mayor. He wants it taken care of. He wants nothing for himself. He just wants to help these people. And, John, I think you said you have about 600 houses on the site that's sliding. And he'd like to be able to save those houses for people, that some of which will never be able to have a house again. You know, it's pretty sad.
Media shares are down about 75% from their peak in March. Your lockdown provision ends soon. Will you sell your shares?
No, I'm not selling. No, I love it. I mean, I use it as a method of getting out my word. You know, when it opened, it went way high, but then the SEC gave us nothing but problems. We had to go through a long process with the SEC. But people think that I'm leaving. That's why they're down, because if I leave, you know, it's different if I leave. But I'm not leaving. I love it. I think it's great. Mechanically, it works the best. And again, I'm friendly with Elon, and Elon would love me to come over to X, but I just, I have close to 100 million people on X. I had 230 million people on X, and then they shut me down, and I said, I'm not going to let that happen again. You know that. I had hundreds of millions of people on X and Facebook and Instagram, I think more than anybody. Zuckerberg told me at the White House, he said, congratulations, you're number one on Facebook. This is a number of years ago. And then all of a sudden, I went from being number one to having no voice. And after about 2 or 3 weeks, because I have a lot to say, I put out old-fashioned press statements, like a press statement. And they got really successful, and they did very well. And then we built this platform. And the reason I built it is because I don't want to have my voice shut down. But a lot of people think that I'll sell my shares. They're worth billions of dollars, but I don't want to sell my shares. I'm not going to sell my shares. I don't need money. And it is for me, it's a great voice. It's a great voice. And it's a voice, it works so well. And we just won, as you know, we got final approval from the SEC. It took us a long time. And that really turned it off. When I originally opened that stock, it went from about 2 to about 182. Did you know that? It was the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. I believe, I have to say I believe, because you're going to find one company, maybe more, who knows. But I believe it was the single biggest movement. And I think I was worth $61 billion from that one stock. And then we had nothing but problems with the SEC. And it gets whittled down, down, down. But I didn't do it for the money. I did it because I really wanted to have a strong voice. And it's a great voice for me. And as long as my voice is on there, it's going to always be good. But a lot of people think the reason it's down is that a lot of people think I'm going to sell. And if I sell, it wouldn't be the same. I could understand that. But I have absolutely no intention of selling. Okay?
Talking about this community of Palos Verdes, you talked about California. We have fires raging to the east.
I agree.
Miles from here. What will you do to help people in this state whose homes are being damaged again and again, or are falling, off of these cliffs right behind us here, or burned down, or for the people across the country whose homes are jeopardized by natural disaster?
This is my favorite question of the day. You're asking me what would I do let's talk California first. Is that okay? Do you mind? So I was riding with Devin Nunes and some congressmen 4 years ago. I was riding up north in California, and I looked at these fields. They were massive. I was telling John, right? It's my favorite question. I love that somebody would ask me this question, and I never told you to do it, right? Who are you with? Good. Spectrum. It's good. New, hot, right? It's hot. It's doing well, but that's because you ask good questions. So what happened, I'm saying why I look at this field, and it's massive, and in the middle of the field is a little spot of the most green, plush land you've ever seen. I said, and then I'd see another one, these little plots, like 1 and 2 acres, and you'd have 1,000 acres that's barren and dead and dark. And I said, what's the problem here? What is that green acreage? The soil is unbelievably fertile, but they have no water. I said, so do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. We have the water is cut off upstate, up in the north. You know that? And the water, in order to protect a certain little tiny fish called a smelt, they send millions and millions of gallons of water out to the Pacific Ocean, way up north. Never even gets close to here. And in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, all these rich areas, they want to give you like 38 gallons of water to use. You buy a house for a lot of money, and then you're allowed to use 38 gallons of water. But you have no water down here. And the reason you have no water, you have the canals. The reason you have no water is because Gavin Newsom didn't want to do it. I had it all done. I had the Department of Commerce at the time. Believe it or not, they're the ones that rule on this particular issue. So you have millions of gallons of water pouring down from the north with the snow caps in Canada and all pouring down. And they have essentially a very large faucet. And you turn the faucet, and it takes 1 day to turn it. It's massive. It's as big as the wall of that building right there behind you. And you turn that, and all of that water goes aimlessly into the Pacific. And if they turned it back, all of that water would come right down here and right into Los Angeles. They wouldn't have to have people not use more than 30 gallons and 32 gallons. They want to do that, they're trying to do that. And you have so much water, and all those fields that are right now barren, the farmers would have all the water they needed. And you could revert water up into the hills where you have all the dead forests, where the forests are so brittle. Because no place is like California. I go to Austria. The head of Austria tells me, we have trees that are much more flammable than what you have in California. We never have forest fires because they maintain their forests. And you have all that water that could be used as water, what they call water flow, where where the land would be damp. And you'd stop many of these horrible fires that are costing billions and billions of dollars by the federal government, etc. So one thing I'm going to do for California, vote for me, California. I'm going to give you safety. I'm going to give you a great border. And I'm going to give you more water than almost anybody has. And the farmers up north are going to be able to use 100% of their land, not 1% of their land. And the water is going to come all the way down to Los Angeles. And you're going to have more water than you ever saw. And the smelt is not making it anyway. In fact, they make and grow smelt because it dies all the way up and down the line, and they put stuff that was artificially made. You know that. So you're going to have water in California at a level that you've never seen before. The farmers are going to do great. Those fields are going to be all green instead of 1% green. And maybe even more important, you're not going to have illegal immigrants pouring into your country and killing your family. You're not going to have the problems that you have right now. We're going to lower your taxes. We're going to bring the car industry back because your car industry is gone. We're bringing it back to Detroit at levels that you'll never see again. We'll bring it back to better than it was 30 years ago. But with this group, everything is dead. The automobile industry is dead. The water coming here is dead. And Gavin Newsom is going to sign those papers. And if he doesn't sign those papers, we won't give him money to put out all his fires. And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires, he's got problems. He's a lousy governor. And he treated me very nicely, and I treated him very nicely when I was president. But he's done a lousy job. But there's a case. I said, Gavin, will you sign? It took him like a month and a half or 2 months, and then he decided for political reasons. And then we got hit with COVID, and we had to solve another problem. But you're going to have so much money, Mr. Mayor. You're going to have so much money from economic activity and growth. And you're going to have water like you never thought. Now, in your case, maybe you don't want so much water. But we'll bypass your beautiful area. But we have tremendous amounts, millions of gallons of water that's shoved right into the Pacific Ocean where it doesn't make a dent. And all of that water is going to take care of California. And nobody can make a bigger promise than that. You're not going to have to do desalinization plants, which a lot of people want to do. Very expensive to do, but it's better than the alternative of no water. So California, vote for Trump. And you're going to have water, and you're going to have growth, and you're going to have prosperity. And all those people that are leaving are going to really come back. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, this morning, tens of Steve Garvey. Why have you not endorsed
Will you endorse
Steve Garvey?
Will you endorse Steve Garvey?
Shut down if Johnson can't get the SAVE Act.
What's your closing argument to the people of California?
Thank you, everybody.
Will you endorse Steve Garvey against Adam Schiff?
Mr. President, this morning, tens of thousands of Boeing factory workers
Oh, that's so sad.
There's a concern about what this could mean for the airline industry.
Very bad for the industry, very bad for Boeing.
Best people know in November what we should do with
Well, somebody's got to get it. I will get it. So.
Will you endorse Steve Garvey against Adam Schiff?
I don't know much about Steve Garvey. I think he's made a big mistake because he hasn't reached out to MAGA. And if he doesn't have MAGA, he's got no chance.
So he has not asked for your endorsement?
Well, I haven't spoken to him. I'm hearing he wants the MAGA endorsement, but he's got to call me. But if he had MAGA endorsement, he could win. If you had an honest election, he'd win. But you don't have an honest election. And you have one of the sleaziest politicians in history, crooked Adam Schiff. He's one of the most disgusting human beings. And to think he's going to be a senator, that's why you need me as president, because this guy is a sleazebag. Adam Schiff, to represent this area, is impossible to believe. Steve Garvey's a nice
on this particular matter, but don't have a person to point out to you. But White House officials here have been in touch.
And are the president or the vice president planning to join any of these workers on the picket line? Have any discussions taken place?
As you know, the president was the first president to go to Michigan and be with UAW workers when they were striking, and he was very proud to do that. Has been named the most pro union president ever, and so he's proud to hold that title. I don't have or acknowledgement. I just don't have anything to share on either of their schedules.
Has the president spoken to the union?
I don't have a call to speak to at this time.
And one quick one on the U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel deal. The Washington Post was reporting that the White House may push a decision on the deal until after the election. We did see some pushback from the White House saying that there was no timeline around this, but is there any clarity you can offer on what the reporting was?
So we've been very clear, the president has been very clear, he wants to make sure that, and it is vital, that U.S. Steel is to remain an American steel company, and that is domestically owned and obviously operated. The president told our steel workers as he has their backs, and he meant that. You remember when he was on Labor Day, he was in Pennsylvania and said that. The vice president said that as well, or made that very clear in her remarks as well. And so we have not received any recommendations from CFIUS. There's a process. CFIUS has to make a recommendation, has to be transmitted to the president. The president then makes a decision. That has not occurred. That has not happened. CFIUS is independent, and they're going to make those decisions. I believe last week the White House provided a statement that we have not received any recommendations, so that continues to be the case, and so don't have anything. So I just don't have anything to share if this is imminent on a decision. They are independent.
Will the White House recommend that CFIUS expedite the review process?
It's their process.
CFIUS has been looking at the deal for a while.
For some time, I know. And it's their process. They are independent. And the process is they make their decision, their recommendation. It's transmitted to us, and the president obviously makes a decision. But that has not occurred, and we have to allow them to have the space to make that decision, the process to play through.
So you're saying the Post saying that the decision it could land only after the election. Is that accurate or not?
What I'm saying to you, how the process works, we have not received any recommendations yet from CFIUS. Therefore, it could not be imminent if we have not received any recommendations. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, that's great. Former President Trump this afternoon said if elected, he would do, quote, large deportations from Springfield, Ohio, and would send them to Venezuela. These Haitian migrants are in Ohio legally, and of course aren't from Venezuela. Does the White House have a reaction to this pledge of the former president?
Obviously, he was speaking as a candidate, and that is the upcoming elections. But I will say more broadly, if Republicans were serious about fixing what is happening at the border challenges, which majority of Americans care about, if they were serious about it and they truly cared about this issue, they truly cared about fixing an immigration system that has been broken for decades, they would get back to the table, or they don't even have to. There's a deal. There is a border deal, a bipartisan border deal. They can vote on it, and we would have the toughest, fairest deal that we've seen in some time coming out of Congress that would become law because the president would sign it, because his team was part of certainly deliberating on that deal. If they were very serious about it, they would move that deal forward and help us make it into law. And it would deal with issues that cities like Springfield, Ohio are dealing with right now.
But doesn't the White House opposes any mass deportation of Haitian migrants from Springfield, right?
mean,
that's what I would.
Is that the question?
My question.
The question.
Yeah. I mean, that's
obviously, yes. But also, if they really wanted to deal with, I think the real, core of the question is, okay, there's legislation out there. There's a policy. There's a bipartisan legislation that would deal with issues that they have concerns about at the border and actually deal with an immigration system. Obviously, we do not support mass deportation of a community that is not part of a country that they came from. That doesn't make any sense. That is not something that we would support. But there's a deal out there. There's a deal, a bipartisan deal. They keep getting in the way. They're voting against their own deal. That doesn't make any sense. Where's the sense in that? Where's the sense in that? Okay.
The president spoke about the issue affecting Springfield today. Why today? And he did reference the former president directly. Is his message intended for Donald Trump?
I think what the president said speaks for itself. I think he was very clear. He saw it as an opportunity. He had 1,200 people celebrating Black excellence, and he saw it as an opportunity. We keep hearing from the Republicans who keep lifting this up, even though it's been debunked, this hateful smear. It's been debunked by the Springfield mayor. It's been debunked by the city manager. It's been debunked by the Ohio Police Department. And we hear Republicans, national Republicans, continue to spread that hateful conspiracy theory. And so the president took an opportunity to address it head on. I think his words and what he said very powerfully landed very well, and people got the message.
And in the meeting with the Prime Minister today, how much do you think what will the approach be concerning threats that Putin has made about expanding his concerns to the West if weapons are made available for Ukraine to go deeper into Russia?
Yeah, his comments about NATO and the U.S. more specifically. Look, that kind of rhetoric certainly is dangerous, but it's not new. It's not new for Russia. Matter of fact, it has been the mainstay of Russian propaganda throughout this war that they've had. This is their war that they've had in Ukraine. This is their aggression. This is what they have done. This is what Mr. Putin has done, to be more specific. And that's how it started. And this war can end. This war, the war that we're seeing in Ukraine, the aggression from Russia can end today. Can end today. Russia can move their troops out of Ukraine, and it can end. So that type of rhetoric is incredibly dangerous, but it's not new. It's certainly not new.
Any announcement about the president's support for munitions being used inside Russia?
I wouldn't expect any big announcement today. Look, the president certainly is looking forward to meeting with the Prime Minister. He believes it's an important conversation that they're going to have, and a varied conversation, a wide range of conversation about Indo-Pacific, Ukraine, obviously the Middle East, and so I would just leave it for there, and our policy certainly hasn't changed.
Thank you, Ukraine. What is the holdup on a decision allowing Ukraine to use long-range missiles inside Russia?
I'm not going to go. I got this question yesterday. I'm not going to deliberate here. I'm not going to get into specifics from here. As I said to Kelly O, I would not expect there to be any announcements on this coming out of this meeting. That's not something that I would expect. There's been no policy change. But what I can continue to make sure that you all know and you see it for yourself is that the president is committed to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself against Russia's aggression, to defend and fight for their democracy. I'm not going to deliberate.
One of the bigger criticisms of this administration has been that on everything that's ultimately given to Ukraine, the answer was first a no on ATACMS, on HIMARS, on Patriots, on fighter jets, and that if this had just been given to them on day one, maybe there wouldn't be the funding fatigue that Congress now has to grapple with the next time they need help, and that the aid that you guys promote has been slow-walked in the form of a decision to use it.
Let's step back for a second. What this president has been able to do in the past 2 years, really in his entire administration, is fix the reputation of this country that was tainted by the last president. We have to remember how we started, where we started, and what this president has been able to do. People thought NATO was going to be weaker. The president made NATO stronger. We got two more countries that are now members of NATO. That's because of this president's leadership. We have 50-plus countries who are now backing Ukraine and continue to do so because of this president's leadership. Ukraine is fighting for their sovereignty. They're fighting for their freedom, and against Mr. Putin, who decided that he wanted to invade. The president has been very clear how important it is to stand with Ukraine in this time. We're talking about democracy. We're talking about freedom. And if anything, this president's actions and what he's been able to do has shown just that. Because it's not just about Ukraine and NATO and Europe. It's also about our national security as well. It's all connected. And the president's always going to do what is important for the American people. And I think that is what you've seen, and that is what the president's going to focus on and continue to do.
I just remember sitting here, a couple years ago, splitting hairs with Jen Psaki over whether drones are offensive or defensive weapons. I mean, this has been a struggle of this administration that has been the topic of criticism. And now, for instance, this week in the debate, the vice president was promoting what this administration has done in terms of giving Ukraine what it needs, but there's plenty of criticism outside of that to say that it's also effectively blocking a victory by slow-walking these decisions.
I think if you were to ask those 50 nations, if you were to ask NATO leaders, if you were to ask President Zelensky himself, their thoughts on the president's leadership, I don't think they would have the words that you just said to me. I think they would say that the president has been a leader during this time and has had their backs. And I think that's what the president has shown. As it relates to what Ukraine needs to continue to defend themselves, we are in regular touch. My colleagues here at NSC, at State, at Department of Defense are in regular touch with Ukrainians on their needs and what they need to continue to fight against this aggression. So I'll leave it there. Go ahead.
Just circle back to the U.S. Steel thing that Nandita raised. Putting aside the timing piece of it, a lot of the question right now is essentially whether the president is reconsidering his position or not, right? Separate from the timing, what his decision will be. He said in the past that U.S. Steel should be U.S. run and U.S.
And I said it at the top earlier, moments ago.
And quote guaranteed. So I guess the core question is.
And he said he has their backs. He said that on Labor Day.
But is he still planning on killing Steel?
We have to see the recommendation from CFIUS. That is the process. The president is waiting to see what CFIUS recommends. That hasn't happened. There's a process. They're going through their process. I know that it has been some time, but they're independent. They're going to go as slow as fast as they choose. And so we're going to let that process happen. The president's not going to say any more than what he has said until CFIUS transmits their recommendation, and it hasn't happened yet. And so not going to get ahead of that. And what I will say, and I know you didn't ask me about the timeline, but we put a statement last week saying that it hasn't happened yet, so therefore it cannot be imminent.
Well, we've reported that the existing CFIUS timeline is September 23rd, so that's not too far away from now.
And I'm not gonna get into it from here about a timeline, a deadline. I'm just saying to you, we have not received their recommendation, and so yeah.
Joe Biden's previous statements on this, U.S. Steel remaining domestically owned and run guaranteed, still stand.
Still stand. I literally mentioned it in a question that I received from one of your colleagues, and I said his position continues. It is vital. It is vital for U.S. Steel to remain American steel company that is domestically and certainly owned and operated. That stands. He said that on Labor Day, which was not too long ago, when he was in Pennsylvania. He said to the steel workers he has their back, and that stands. As far as CFIUS, they haven't made their recommendation. It has not transmitted over yet. So the president, I can't say anything until that happens.
Very quickly, with respect to the meeting this afternoon, we've reported that European countries believe that Iran has begun providing ballistic missiles to Russia to be used in attacks on Ukraine. Can you speak to whether the U.S. also believes that those shipments have begun, or is it unclear?
So I would refer to NSC. I believe they did a gaggle earlier today, so I would refer to those comments. Okay, thank you.
I just want to go back to the long-range missile.
Sure.
Just one more. It's just that, considering the tone of the Russian president, the fact that you would take this as a direct participation of NATO members, and considering Article 5 of NATO Charter, what type of conversation has the President had with his colleagues, Canadian Prime Minister, for instance, one of them, just to have everybody ready for a potential attack on the NATO country?
Look, I'm not going to get ahead of any conversations. What I can say are certainly our policy has not changed. I don't want to speak to hypotheticals here. I'm not going to go into what if this happens, then what. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. What I can say, this is incredibly dangerous type of rhetoric that we're hearing from Russia. Not unusual. This is the type of propaganda that we've heard from Russia throughout this war. And when asked, we're going to be very clear about that. And then when also asked, we're going to also be very clear that this war can end. Mr. Putin can end his aggression that we have seen in Ukraine. It is his war that he started. He can end it. Pull the troops out. Pull his troops out. He can end it.
Conversations with leaders, NATO leaders.
I don't have any.
The gravity of the conflict.
I don't have any new conversations to share. As I've said, this is not new for Russia. We have seen this throughout the war, making this type of dangerous comments, dangerous rhetoric, not new. And there is a way to fix this. This is for Russia to end its war.
A personal question, actually, Karine, because I was listening to you this morning, at noon, and you refer to yourself as a proud Haitian American.
Yeah. That's not new.
That's not new.
No.
But do you take this personally when the community is a target of attack as it is at the moment in Springfield?
I take it personally when any community, any vulnerable community, is attacked. Not just a community that I belong to and proudly belong to, but any community, any vulnerable community that is attacked, wrongfully so, in a hateful way. One of the things that I'm proud about in being part of this administration is that we condemn that type of stuff. We condemn that type of hateful language. That's what I'm going to continue to do. And I get to do that on behalf of President Biden, who also condemns that type of hateful rhetoric, as you have heard him today and many times before, when a vulnerable community is attacked. That's not what national leaders should be. Political leaders should not be attacking vulnerable communities. That's not who we should be. And if they're going to fall for conspiracy theories online, maybe they shouldn't be our leaders. Maybe they shouldn't be. But it is on all of us. It doesn't matter if you're Haitian American, it doesn't matter if you're Jewish American, it doesn't matter if you're Muslim American. All of us should come together when we hear that type of hateful rhetoric. We should come together and have each other's backs and call it out, because it's not okay. It is dangerous. It is dangerous. It puts people's lives at risk. And this president is going to continue to stand up and speak against it. Go ahead, Patsy.
Thank you, Corinne. One last try.
It's not funny. I know you want to make. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. It's not funny. No. It is not. Wait. I'm answering. Let me answer. Stop. Not everybody wants to hear the sound of your voice, sir. Give me a second, and I will tell you my answer. It's not funny. Patsy.
Following up on one last try on the long-range weapons, can you just give us a sense of what might be the president's biggest concern at this point? Is it the risk of escalation with the nuclear power?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals here. We're going to call it out. You mean like with Russia making the comments about NATO and U.S.?
We've been trying to get you to give us more details on what's a holdup on providing
missiles
to Ukraine.
I don't have anything else to share. Our policy has not changed. We are going to be in regular touch with the Ukrainian people as they continue to fight against this aggression from Russia. No change in policy. I just don't have anything to add. The president has been a leader when it comes to giving Ukraine the support that they need. 50-plus countries, that is important. to note. Making NATO stronger, that is important to note, and that is because of this president's leadership. I just don't have anything else to share behind that.
Can we stay on Russia, if
Sure.
you may? The State Department just announced new sanctions on Russian state media RT, laying out its disinformation campaign operations to destabilize various governments, including the government in Argentina, creating tensions between neighboring countries. Does the administration have a specific strategy to try to stop RT's efforts in the Western Hemisphere or other places in the world?
So I'm going to let certainly the State Department and the Department of Justice speak to their announcement. You heard from the State Department today. You heard from the Department of Justice last week. We are taking this very seriously. They are taking it very seriously. I'm not going to get into what's next. Certainly they will make announcements on their own if they feel that there's more to share.
Can I just indulge with a response that RT has given out on social media, saying RT lives rent-free in the State Department's head. We're running out of popcorn, but we'll be here live, laughing hard. I mean, kind of mocking the administration's steps on sanctioning them at this point. Do you have a response?
So let's not forget last week, the Department of Justice, and I just mentioned the Treasury and State, they took some actions to disrupt Russia's covert information operations to undermine our democratic institution in the homeland. We do not laugh at that. That is very serious, and we take that very seriously. And State's announcement today make it clear that the U.S., and I want to be clear, is not only targeting RT's covert operations. We learned that, in fact, RT covert influence efforts extended to places like Europe and Africa. That's what we learned. Anything more than that, I would have to refer you to the State Department and the Treasury to speak to that as they made that announcement today. Just don't have anything else, but we take this very seriously. Okay. Hi, Trinity. I was told you were going to be in the briefing room today. Howard University. Hi, nice to see you. Want to say a little bit about yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Trinity Webster Bass. I'm a senior honors broadcast journalism major, Afro-American Studies minor, attending Howard University, and I had the pleasure of meeting Karine at the White House Correspondents Association dinner, in which I won a scholarship.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the event held today on the South Lawn. Why was it important for the Biden administration to hold this event today, and are future events coming of the same nature?
So look, I want to start off by quoting what the president said, and I think it's important today when he was addressing the crowd on the South Lawn. We recognize that this nation would not exist without the blood, sweat, and tears, without the determination, dreams, and contributions of Black Americans. And he felt that it was fitting to do this on the same week of the Congressional Black Caucus Week. It was a really special event. I think you felt that out there if you participated. And so he wanted to host this brunch for a couple of reasons, to show his personal gratitude to the community and celebrate their progress. The progress we've made under the Biden-Harris administration. You heard him talk about that in his remarks, and wanted to make sure that we didn't forget, that we continue to speak to why Black Americans and African American history is really part of American history, and that is something that we cannot forget. I'm going to take one last one. Go ahead, Karen.
Big political news earlier this week when Taylor Swift endorsed the vice president. I'm not going to ask you about the endorsement, because you're not going to answer that. But the voting registration site that she drove people to from her post, in that first 24 hours, there were more than 400,000 visitors from that link.
Yeah.
Is the president aware of that traffic and the interest in the registration? And does he think that that kind of influence can make a difference in driving turnout, getting people to get more engaged in elections?
I think it's important for people to exercise their sacred right to vote. And that is something that the president finds it incredibly important to continue to do and to protect that right to vote. I do want to say, as it relates to Taylor Swift, what I can say is there are a lot of Swifties here in the White House. And so I can say that. I hear that a lot. Look, one of the things that he did is very early on in his administration, he signed an executive order to do everything that we can from the federal level to make it easier for Americans to vote. And so that is what you saw. The link that you mentioned, obviously, is a way to make it easier for Americans to register, certainly to vote. It is a sacred right. Many people have fought for that right to vote, and it is certainly part of our democracy. And so it's incredibly important. I've not spoken to the president beyond the endorsement that occurred. I have not asked him about specific about the link and the amount of people who have gone on it to register. I think that's great. It's important. Outside of this election, I think it's important for people to be able to register and vote. That's why this administration has done everything that we can to give people that opportunity and protect that right. All right, thanks everybody. Thanks everyone.
400 people murdered in Chicago this year. Can you address that? 400 people murdered in Chicago this year. Can you address that?
what we do. We were founded on the idea that this is a privilege. So yes, it's hard work. I know some of you are saying, look, you heard me say it, sleep when you're dead, and some of you are taking it literally. So sleep a little bit maybe. But the privilege of being in this democracy, once again, billions of people around this planet could only imagine gathering as free people in a room to determine how we want to be governed. And then we have a free and fair election. The winner shakes the hand of the person who loses. And what used to happen before Donald Trump is the folks who lost did everything they could to make the folks who won successful, to try and win. You know that there's examples of it. We know the Republican Party contributed much. This is not the Republican Party. This is Trumpism. This is not anybody who's interested in it. So look, we get the privilege of being alive at the time to fight this incredibly important fight in the long history of American democracy. We get the chance over 53 days to talk to our neighbors and tell them why this matters. We get to look at our children and the young people and say, this politics can be fun. This politics can be inspirational. This politics can lift us all up. And you get to be a part of something, because each one of us gets a single vote and puts it forward. But when we come together around shared values, those values of freedom, you saw it in Chicago. We made it very clear. There's only one party right now stands for freedom, and that's us, right here. That's us. And I will be damned if I will let them think they own the flag to put his picture on it, by anything. And while we're all at it, we know a little something about family. We know a little something, and those families are your choices. What your family looks like is your choice, and supporting those families and supporting those children. So whether it's freedom, whether it's flag, or whether it's the family, that's what happened, and you saw it in Chicago. Now, I will claim this. I did this on a personal thing. I took football back from them, too, by the way. So just so we know, we're not gonna have it. So look, for all of you, we're here today to say thank you. We're here today to encourage you. We've got 53 days. I know we've asked much. I know we've asked much. If we can get people on another shift, if we can get people out on another door knock, because truly, this election is going to go through a few states, and in one of them is Wisconsin. It's going to go through a few counties. And I know people say, well, you know, it's a little redder county or whatever. It's about reducing the margins. It's about pulling things down. It's about the swing states. Look, a couple thousand votes in a county like this, the way our system is set up, is worth more than 20,000 votes in California or wherever it may be. So we know, and look, I'm going to say this, the states that are the ones that are going to really come to it, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, they're really messing. We are people that walk on water half the years. We like snow. Our ancestors came across and could have kept walking till they found the Pacific Ocean and palm trees, but oh hell no, they stopped right here, and they carved out a way of life. And when it's in Wisconsin, they taught us a little something about co-ops. They taught us a little something about union organizing. They taught us, that's right here. That's right here. And those things built the middle class. Those things, and you know we've got the saying over there, you've got some great senators over here. By the way, don't even allow anybody to consider not sending Tammy Baldwin back. Don't even consider. We had a senator that we lost all too early, but it's still in our blood and in our DNA. When Senator Wellstone just said very simply what we all believe, we all do better when we all do better. And so Wisconsin, the Wisconsin coordinated campaign, to all the candidates who putting themselves out there, all of you came on this day to be there. This is a privilege for us to do it. And let's wake up on that 54th day and be able to look at one another and know that we were part of this time. We were part of the time that stood up for this. We were the ones who did it. And there's so many reasons, but just imagine the first time you're going to get the opportunity to say, Madam President, it's a privilege to have you. Let's go get them. Thank you.
Going? All right. Megan, do you have all the locals? Here it comes. All right, here it goes. All right. Good. Alrighty. We got pictures. I did.
Are you going live at 5:03? Should be fine. They're holding a bit of the accent. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, you're gonna do
We're after Charlie, I think.
Does it sound terrible on yours?
Yes.
Does it always sound like that?
Oh, I'm dialed into the wrong live view. That's why. You're live view too. Oops.
That'd have been bad.
Yep. We got hung up on. Okay, here Better? Hi.
I can hear you. Sorry, I was dialed into Live View 3. That's my bad. Yep, I get you. Thanks. Hey. Yeah, we should be good.
Don't do that. Can I hear your microphone?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we're expecting to hear from both Governor Mills and Gwen Waltz today. Expecting to start up here in just a few minutes. You can see behind me the stage is set. Miners are
welcome a regional organizing director with the Maine Democratic Party, Reese Remington.
Maine, are we fired up today? Yeah, I think so. Thank you so much for joining us. I am so excited to welcome First Lady Gwen Waltz to Maine today. Yes. Woo. We have 53 days. 53 days until this election. 53 days to make our voices heard. 53 days to get this job done for once and for all, right? Now, I know we all saw the debate Tuesday. Yeah, right? And it's clear to me more than ever that we have a path, a new way forward, and we are going to do this thing, right? We're going to do it. Thank you. But we can't do it alone. For us, the field team, we are working around the clock to talk to as many voters as we can across the state, and we need all of your help. We knock doors every Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. We calling voters every Wednesday and Sunday night. Come grab a friend, come grab a loved one, come out with us. Can I have everyone in the field team actually raise their hand? You see all that? Find one of us, find me, find one of these lovely individuals, and let's talk to you about how we can get you involved in this campaign. Because when we fight, we win! Thank you so much.
And we back, 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 and we and we back, and we back, yeah. Hey, this ain't no intro, it's the entree. Hit that intro with Kanye, I sound like Andre. Tryna turn my baby mama to my fiance. She like music, she from Houston, like Auntie Beyonce. Man, my daughter couldn't have a better mother. If she ever find another, you better love her. Man, I swear my life is perfect, I can merge it. If I die, I'll probably cry in my own service. It was a dream, you cannot mess with the beam. This is like this many rings, y'all know what I mean. This for the kids of the king of all kings. This is the onlyest thing. This is the beat that played under the word. This is the sheep that ain't like what it heard. This is officially first, this is the third. This is a Living is all we got, so we might as well give it all we got. This is a living is all we got, so we might as well give it all we got. Hey, I get my word from the sermon. I do not talk to the serpent. That's a holistic discernment. Daddy said I'm so determined. Told me these goofies can't hurt me. I just might make me some Earl tea. I was baptized like real early. I might get Satan and swirly. Wish I could tell you it's ready. Tell you it's ready today. They don't give nothing away. Fight for your way, but that don't take nothing away. Cause at the end of the day, music is all we got. Music is all we got. Music is all we got. So we might as well give it all we got. Music is all we got. Music is all we got. We know we got it. 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 Music's all we got.
Please welcome your governor, Janet Mills.
Hello, Maine. It's great to be back in Portland. Earlier this week, I kicked off a watch party here for the first debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. You all watched that. Donald Trump is already out there saying that the debate was rigged. We know from that he pretty much knows he lost fair and square. His same old tired playbook just doesn't work against someone like Kamala Harris. Someone who knows her stuff, one who has a plan, who knows how to listen to people and how to lead. We heard a lot of words Tuesday night. It made me think of the wisdom of brave Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel, who said, "We decide whether words become spears or bombs, carriers of bigotry or vehicles of understanding, whether they are used to curse or to heal, whether they're here to cause shame or to give comfort." Well, we have to take Donald Trump at his word, or words, with all their scrambled incoherence, reflecting his dangerous instability and emotional lability. But we heard Kamala Harris, who used her words wisely and who stood up for the values and freedoms that we hold most dear. I've known Kamala Harris for more than 10 years, for more than a decade. We were attorneys general together for our respective states before she got elected to the U.S. Senate. Like me, Kamala Harris was raised to treat others with kindness, respect, and compassion, like we in Maine were raised. As Vice President, she has led with those values, working as a team with a cabinet intent on moving our nation forward. As we gather here in Portland, let's not forget our brothers and sisters in Western Maine, in Eastern Maine, and Northern Maine. Those hard-working folks who live and work in the 2nd Congressional District. Though for me, I call it home, and it's not second to any other place. But let's stop and remember everything the Biden-Harris administration has done, just some of it, for the people of Maine, including the people of the 2nd District. Because it's because of the Biden-Harris administration that we're rebuilding roads and culverts and bridges and infrastructure everywhere from Fort Kent to Freiburg. And we are fortifying working waterfronts down east. We're expanding high-speed internet to far-flung towns all across the state. And it's because of the Biden-Harris administration that our CTEs in Calais and Lincoln have new equipment, that families in Greene have a new child care center. Folks in Bethel are opening businesses that are connected to the rest of the world. It's because of the Biden-Harris administration that parents can enroll their children now in public pre-K programs in Lincolnville. Because of Biden-Harris administration, you can charge your vehicle now in Medway, and you can enjoy clean drinking water in Norway. You can rent an affordable apartment in Heartland. You can join an apprenticeship program in Skowhegan. All of that is thanks to the Biden-Harris administration. Kamala Harris is still living by the values that she was brought up with, the kind of values we were brought up with. And who else better embodies kindness, respect, and compassion than her running mate, my friend Tim Walz. Teachers, yes. All right. I love him too. He's a great guy. A humble school teacher, a rural Midwestern governor who made sure that kids had universal free meals so they didn't go hungry at school. A football coach who stood up for LGBTQ kids at his high school. A dedicated military service member who knows what it means to protect the freedoms that we hold dear. Oh, and a teacher. Tim and Gwen Walz are folks like us. They're people who've worked to put food on the table, people who have seen the economy of their state change, people who understand the problems facing rural states like ours, and who have inspired others to be the best they can, lifted up other people. You know, I remember 2 years ago, Maine voters had a choice. I vaguely remember. We asked ourselves, would we reject hateful attacks on the dignity and decency of our people? Attacks and animosity spewed so often by my predecessor, a man who claimed he was Trump before Trump. Would we protect the fundamental freedoms we had restored for our people? Would we continue to rebuild our reputation and reclaim our place as a leader among states? Maine people said yes to the future and yes to moving forward. Now, another former prosecutor and former Attorney General, Kamala Harris, is facing down another man, Donald Trump. All right. A man who's desperate to drag us backwards. Another bully who uses words only to tear people down to his level because he's, quote, the smallest man who ever lived. Not my words, Taylor Swift's. Well, guess what? As Maine goes this year, so goes the nation. Not going back. Not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. Yeah. So just like I beat Paul LePage 2 years ago, Kamala Harris, with your help, will beat Donald Trump at the ballot box in both of Maine's congressional districts and send him back to Florida this November. Thank you. And now, before my good friend, my new friend Gwen comes out, I want to introduce you to Molly Barnathan. Molly's the mother of 3 girls and lives in Portland with her husband, Dr. Evan Barnathan. She runs a small business that focuses on postpartum care. She had to end 2 very wanted pregnancies due to health issues. And she got health care with compassion and dignity. And she wants to share her story with her and with us, and with the hope that her daughters and all women will be able to access the health care they deserve across this country. Molly.
I'm just realizing that is actually not my, those are not my remarks. No, don't want to take someone else's remarks here. We'll just wait. I wouldn't want to spoil what's to come after me. Thank you. Okay. All right, that's my best friend who came up from Boston, and I was told I would not need to print my own remarks, but I did anyway and had them in my bag, so. Anyway, my name is Molly Barnathan. I live here in Portland with my husband, Evan, and our children. And while my name is Molly, the name I'm called most frequently is Mom, approximately 1 million times a day. By my 3 daughters who are sitting over here, Rose, Pearl, and May. Thank you for being so patient today. With my husband as well. So before Evan and I were even married, we knew we wanted to start a family. When we first got pregnant, we were overjoyed. We made it through the first trimester, and we're excited on our way to our 13-week ultrasound. And though we're both healthcare professionals, we were not prepared for the devastating image of a fetus with a massive cyst on her neck. If she did survive to birth, her life would have been short and painful. We consulted with specialists and counselors and made the incredibly hard decision to have an abortion. As her mother, I know I made the most compassionate choice for my daughter. Several months later, we were thrilled to be expecting again. This time, the 13-week ultrasound revealed we were expecting twins. We were cautiously optimistic as the technician began the 20-week anatomy scan, but when the technician's face went blank and she said she was going to run something by the doctor, we panicked. We knew what this meant. It felt like I was reliving a nightmare when the doctor told us that while twin A was perfectly healthy, twin B had a severe condition incompatible with a full and healthy life. We thought about what twin B's life would be like. We thought about what twin A's life would be like. And we thought about what our family's life would be like. Again, we made the compassionate choice and had a selective abortion. Several months later, our precious, healthy Rose was born. Both times, I was able to access the health care that I needed with dignity and respect. The choices we made were with our medical team and with the family we so desperately wanted in mind, without the interference of politicians. But today, because of Donald Trump, millions of women across the country live in states with an abortion ban. If they face an unhealthy pregnancy like I did, they may not get the care they need, and doctors could face criminal prosecution for providing necessary care. On the debate stage, Donald Trump once again bragged about the harm he's caused by overturning Roe v. Wade and laying the groundwork for these cruel Trump abortion bans. With millions of women watching, he once again refused to say he would veto a national abortion ban. I hope Rose and Pearl and May have healthy, planned pregnancies if they choose to have children. But if they don't, what I want most for them is the freedom to decide what's best for them and their families. I want a world for them where they can create families on their own terms. That's why I'm here today. This fall, we have a choice between moving forward with Kamala Harris or going backwards with Trump. This November, there's only one ticket that will fight for the future of my girls, the future they deserve: Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I will be proud to cast my vote for Kamala Harris on November 5th for my daughters, Rose, Pearl, and May, because we are not going back. So I now have the distinct honor of introducing our next speaker, a woman I deeply admire, a teacher, a wife, and someone who, like me, is a mom. Please join me in giving a warm Maine welcome to the First Lady of Minnesota, Mrs. Gwen Walz.
Just like fire, burning up the way, rocking like the world up for just one day. Watch this madness, colorful charade. No one can be just like me anywhere. Just like magic, I'll be flying free. I'ma disappear when they come for me. I kick that ceiling, what you gonna say? No one can be just like me anywhere. Just like fire, fire.
Wow, has it been a great day in Maine? I have to tell you it has. And thank you, Molly, for your kind introduction and sharing your powerful story. It can't be easy to do that, but we're called at moments like this, aren't we, to step forward in ways that we may have never imagined. And together, we are going to build the safer, fairer, freer world for your beautiful girls. Right? Yes. And that's right. Thank you to the outstanding state and local elected leaders with us tonight. Raise your hands. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to all of you for coming out tonight. Yeah. Now, did anyone here catch that debate on Tuesday night? Yeah. Me too. Kamala Harris commanded that stage, didn't she? She owned issue after issue, and she painted a very clear picture of her vision for a new way forward. And it was a stark contrast to her opponent. He just spewed the same old nonsense, insults, and let's be real, lies. Yeah. Yeah. But here's the most important part. We saw in Kamala a president for all Americans. And I'm going to finish this contrast because what we saw in Trump was a president only for himself. Yes. That's ultimately what this election is about. If we have to boil it down simply, there's one question. Who's fighting for you? Kamala! Who's fighting for you? Kamala! Who is fighting for you? Kamala! an easy answer. You passed your first quiz. No. Kamala and Tim have spent their careers fighting for middle-class families. Families like the ones that they grew up in. And they want to build a future. They're committed to it, where all of our children can get ahead. That's the vision the Vice President shared on that debate stage. You heard it and you know it. And that is what we are fighting for in this election, right? Kamala says you have to know what you're fighting for. You just told me you know. By now, though, you may have heard a little bit about my husband, Tim. Yeah? Or as many people know him, Coach Walls, right? Yeah. Yeah. Coach. That's right, Coach. Thank you. Coach. You know, nothing prepared me more for a life in politics than being married to a high school football coach. So I thought today maybe I could tell you a little bit more about myself. And maybe we have a lot in common. Like all of you, I wear many different hats. Or in my case, I like to say this, I wear many different shoes, right? I like shoes. But I'm a mom, and I'm a sister, I'm a friend, I'm a retired military spouse, and right now, it's the greatest honor of my life to be the First Lady of Minnesota, the state I was born in, and have lived most of my life. Great states start with M. But how I think of my life, for most of it, I've been a teacher. Any teachers here? Okay, let's see the teachers. Come on. If I could just take a minute and thank you from one teacher to another for your essential, hard, and just life-changing work. Thank you. Teaching is how Tim and I first met. We were both teachers in Nebraska. And he taught, do you know what he taught? Geography, social studies, very good. Yes. And I taught English. And in fact, we even shared a classroom. Our school district was short on space and short on money. So they took the old choir room and put this divider just right down the middle. Yeah. And some of you teachers know what a room like that is like, right? Anybody here ever taught in a closet? Yeah. No? Right. You might not be surprised by this, but Tim's class was a little louder than mine. Even so, we began to build a relationship. And it all started with this. We shared a belief in the power of education. Yeah. We saw it firsthand, and we see it firsthand. So I'd like to tell you a story about a student, and some of you might recognize this student from your own experiences, and his name was Waylon. And Waylon was on the football team, and that year, he was in my English class. Now, Waylon was brilliant on the field. But he was difficult in my class. And what I didn't know at the beginning of the year, but realized very quickly, was that Waylon was reading way below grade level. And his behavior in class was probably because he didn't want me to know that nor his peers to know that, right? There's always a reason behind a behavior, we know. And the school had this rule that a student failing a core class like English couldn't play a sport. Now, why do you think Waylon was coming to school? Football. Yeah, so if we didn't get that worked out, like, that was going to be a problem. So Coach Walls and I huddled up and we made a plan. And we proposed this to Waylon. We said, Waylon, we're going to have a different metric here. If you come in for tutoring, you can keep playing football, but you have to learn to read. He agreed. He came in before school, sometimes at lunch, sometimes after school, and his reading steadily began to improve. And you know what? His coach was right there with him. Tim would cross through that divider and he'd cheer him on. He'd stop in and he'd ask about his favorite books. He'd read with him. They talked about what they were reading. That's an example of how Tim and I do this. We found a way. And Waylon graduated on time with that diploma and a ticket to opportunity. I'm still so proud. We must see people one person at a time. We must solve problems with people in mind. We teachers, and I know others, can't help but see the immense potential in everyone.
Please welcome Senator Bob Casey.
Hey, I just ran out here because we want to hear from Kamala. I got a couple things to say first, but first of all, I want to thank you all for being here, for packing this crowd in to welcome the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Now, I think I know the answer to this question. It's not a difficult one. This is a smart crowd. Are you ready to win this year? Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President? I knew that you would know the answers to those questions. But I want to start by thanking all of you for being here. If you're from Luzerne County, put your hand up. I'm from Lackawanna County. Thank you for letting me in here. And I won't go through every county in the Northeast, but I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for being here. And I think we all know, you all know by now, Kamala's story of public service. From her days as a prosecutor, putting dangerous criminals away, from her time in the Senate and as Vice President, fighting for women's rights, voting rights, and workers' rights. Her service as both Vice President and a leader in our country, along with other Democrats, bringing jobs and investments back to our Commonwealth. You know that record. Kamala Harris has proven on day one that she's ready to be our President and our Commander-in-Chief. And, as we saw in the debate the other night, she is ready to take on Donald Trump and win this election. But we're grateful to be back in Luzerne County. I'm always grateful to be in my home area, and I'm grateful for your greeting. And I'm also grateful because you're here. You're here on a Friday night. You could be other places, but you chose to be here because you love our country. USA, that's right. That's right. That's right. USA, that's right. But we know that here in northeastern Pennsylvania, we share a history and a heritage of hard work and sacrifice. We care about our communities. We care about our neighbors. And we also care about our Commonwealth. We know that we have to work every day to make sure that our Commonwealth is a place that we celebrate and enrich every day of the week. That is, we work every day to make sure that it's a Commonwealth in life as well as in name, where we face our challenges together as one people. We face those challenges as Pennsylvanians and as Americans. And we've got some big choices to make this year, obviously in the presidential race, but I'm in an election myself. So, wanted to talk to you briefly. I wanted to talk to you briefly about this race and the choice before us. Now, you might know something about my opponent. He's worth only a couple $100 million. He ran the largest hedge fund in the world when he was living in Connecticut. And when he was trying to run for office in Pennsylvania, he kept telling people that he lived in Pennsylvania. He didn't live in Pennsylvania. He lied to the people of our state about where he lived. He also lied to the people of our state when he was running the last time about how he grew up. He said he, quote, started with nothing, unquote. He had a great upbringing like I did. We were lucky. His father was a university president. My father and mother gave me a secure life. But why would you try to invent a story about how you grew up? And why would you lie to the people about where you live? So, he doesn't understand our Commonwealth, and he doesn't understand the people that make our Commonwealth great. That's a big difference between us. Now, you know my record. It's a strong record of fighting for working families. And we're going to continue to fight those battles to lower costs, tackle the fentanyl crisis, and take care of our children, our seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. That's what we're going to do. These are the people I've fought for my whole life, and I'm going to keep fighting for them every day. So, I'm going to keep this short. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to keep this short. If you want next year to have your United States Senator go to Washington and vote for a tax bill that will continue those big tax breaks for the largest corporations on the planet, and a senator who would vote for those tax cuts for billionaires that put us, that big tax bill from a couple of years ago put us $2 trillion in the hole. $2 trillion with a T. If you want someone to go to Washington on your behalf and vote for that big, budget-busting tax bill that'll jack up the debt, or you want a senator to go to Washington to vote to repeal the law, listen to this one. He wants to repeal the law that capped insulin at $35 a month. So I guess all those seniors here in Luzerne County who had their insulin costs capped because of work that I did, the president did, and the vice president did, right? And there's another cap coming in January, a cap on out-of-pocket costs for drug costs for seniors. That's coming in January. But if you want a senator who's going to vote for those big tax cuts for the most powerful and the wealthiest, and is going to vote to repeal that law and vote to repeal the infrastructure law, then I guess you should vote for the other guy. Pennsylvania's not going to do that. I'm going to win this race. Kamala Harris is going to win this race for President of the United States. So I'm going to go backstage, and I know she's only a couple of minutes away, but as I leave the stage, let's give her a hand, Kamala Harris, for being here so she can hear your applause. Thanks, everybody.
your life's too hard, just go have a talk with God. Many of us feel we walk along without a friend, never communicating with the one who lives within, forgetting all about the one who never ever let you down. And you can talk to him anytime, he's always around. When you feel your life's too hard, just go have a talk with God. Well, he's the only face psychiatrist that's known throughout the world for solving the problems of all men, women, little boys and girls. When you feel your life's too hard, just go have a talk with God. When you feel your life's too hard, just go have a talk with God. When your load's too much to bear, just go talk to God, He cares. When you feel your life's too hard, just go have a talk with God. And we back. 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 And we and we back. And we back. Hey, this ain't no intro, this the entree. Hit that intro with Kanye. I sound like Andre, tryna turn my baby mama to my fiance. She like music, she from Houston, like Auntie Beyonce. Man, my daughter couldn't have a better mother. If she ever find another, you better love her. Man, I swear my life is perfect, I can merge it. If I die, I'll probably cry in my own service. It was a dream, you cannot mess with the beam. This is like this many rings, y'all know what I mean. This for the kids of the king of all kings. This is the holiest thing. This is the beat that played under the word. This is the sheep that ain't like what it heard. This is officially first, this is the third. This is a this is all we got. We might as well give it all we got. This is all. Fight me your way, but that don't take nothing away. Cause at the end of the day, music is all we got. Music is all we got. Music is all we got. No. So we might as well give it all we got. Music is all we got.
Please welcome Mary Grace Vidala.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone. Anyone I've ever met. I'm stuck on your heart.
Hello. My name is Mary Grace Vidala, and I am so honored to be here today to tell my story. I'm a registered nurse. A Scranton native, and a lifelong Republican. A lifelong Republican, just like my mother, Grace Weber. My mother, the daughter of a Pennsylvania coal miner, loved to be active. She was always on the move. She used to walk 3 miles a day, and she loved her Zumba classes. She also happened to love Donald Trump. She had ever since The Apprentice. She proudly cast her vote for him in 2016. But during the pandemic, at a time when so many of us were looking to Trump for leadership, strength, and comfort, she was betrayed by him, like so many others. I remember watching TV, hoping Trump would get serious and guide us through that unprecedented and terrifying time. We needed a leader, but we never got one. Instead, Donald Trump did what he always does. He spewed misinformation and bragged about how great he was doing while thousands of people died, workers were out of jobs, and Pennsylvania families like mine were hitting the wall. I've always believed crises reveal the true nature of a leader. But when faced with one, Donald Trump drove our nation into the ground. His recklessness endangered the American people, cost us millions of jobs, and led to the deaths of over 1 million Americans, including my mother, Grace. Here's the plain truth. Donald Trump doesn't care about families like mine. He cares about himself. And Pennsylvania, it's time to turn the page once and for all. That is why we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. That's why I am so excited, and yes, as a lifelong Republican, to cast my vote for Kamala Harris in November. She is in this thing to help families like mine get ahead. She believes in the promise of our country, and I know she's going to be a president for every single one of us. And I hope every single person tuning in will join me in voting for her this November. To turn the page, to protect our freedoms, to protect our democracy, and to build up the middle class. It is now my honor to introduce the next president
of the United States and the definition of true leadership. Vice President Kamala Harris.
Keep on running, 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves. I'ma wade through the waters till the tide don't move. I'ma ride through your borders.
Good evening, Pennsylvania. Good evening. Can we please hear it from Mary Grace? It's good to be back in Pennsylvania. Hi, everyone. Okay. We got some business to handle. Okay. So let me start by saying to everyone here, thank you for all you are doing and for taking the time to be here this evening. You know, one of the things that I love about everyone who is here and what we are doing, you know, in the midst of this moment where there are people trying to divide us as a nation, trying to make people feel small and feel alone, these are moments that remind all of us that we are all in this together as one loving community. We're all in this together. So thank you all for the time you've taken to be here this evening. I want to thank also all the incredible leaders, including Governor Shapiro, who you heard from earlier, Senator Bob Casey, who we will re-elect to the United States Senate, and Mayor Brown, and thank you, Mayor, for the warm welcome. All right, so, Pennsylvania, 3 days ago, Donald Trump and I had our debate. You watched it. So here's the thing. So I take it many people here watched it. So you'll remember that night I talked about issues that matter to families across America, like bringing down the cost of living, investing in America's small businesses, protecting reproductive freedom, and keeping our nation safe and secure. But that is not what we heard from Donald Trump. Instead, it was the same old show, the same tired playbook we've heard for years, with no plan on how he would address the needs of the American people. Well, folks, it's time to turn the page. Turn the page. Going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because America is ready for a new way forward. We are ready for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic about what we can do together, which is why, and Mary Grace, thank you, which is why Democrats, Republicans, and Independents are supporting our campaign. We need a president of the United States who works for all the American people. And that just stops with all the trying to divide us. Like, people are exhausted with that stuff. Exhausted. And you know, my entire career, I have fought for the people. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion from middle-class families who faced foreclosure. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges. For workers who are being cheated out of the wages they were due. For seniors facing elder abuse. And as Attorney General of a border state, I took on transnational criminal organizations like the Sinaloa cartel that traffic in drugs and threaten the safety of our communities. I know these cartels firsthand, and as president, I will make sure we prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law for pushing poison like fentanyl on our children. And as president, I will fight on behalf of all communities and all Americans. And together, we will build a brighter future for our nation. Together. Together. And that future we build will include what I call an opportunity economy, so that every American has an opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, and to start a business. You know, I love our small businesses. So growing up, do we have small business leaders here? Raise your hand. Yeah, right? So growing up, my sister and me had a mother, excuse me, she passed. But our mother worked long hours. She worked hard, she worked long hours. And my sister Maya and I would go over to Miss Shelton's house. Miss Shelton lived a couple of doors down. And she helped my mother take care of us. And we, in fact, used to call her our second mother. Well, Miss Shelton was a small business owner. And I will tell you, since I was a child, I know the character and the person who is a small business owner. You're not only business leaders, you're civic leaders. You hold the community together. You're part of the fabric of the community, and small business owners are the backbone of America's economy. The backbone of America's economy. Which is why part of my plan that you heard about the other night will give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing that not everybody, like my opponent, got handed $40 million on a silver tray and then filed for bankruptcy 6 times. And people sometimes just need the opportunity, because we as Americans do not lack for ambition, for aspiration, for dreams, for the preparedness to do hard work. But not everyone has the opportunity, because not everyone has the access. When I talk about building an opportunity economy, it is grounded in that foundational belief that when given an opportunity, people excel every day. Every day. Part of my focus is on the fact that we need to build more housing in America. And so we are going to cut red tape and work with the private sector to build 3 million new homes by the end of my first term. And I have a plan to help lower the cost of living for America's families on everything from health care to groceries, including I will take on corporate price gouging, which, as we know, is about those few bad guys taking advantage of desperate people, and there needs to be a consequence. Under my plan, more than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut, including expanding the child tax credit to $6,000 during the first year of a child's life, understanding that new parents need support in that most critical phase of their child's development to help them buy a car seat, a crib, baby clothes. I will also make sure good-paying jobs are available to all Americans, not just those with college degrees. For far too long, our nation has encouraged only one path to success, a four-year college degree. Our nation needs to recognize the value of other paths, additional paths, such as apprenticeships and technical programs. So as president, I will get rid of the unnecessary degree requirements for federal jobs to increase jobs for folks without a four-year degree, understanding that requiring a certain degree does not necessarily talk about one's skills. And I will challenge the private sector to do the same. All of this to say, look, I come from the middle class. I understand where I come from, and I'm never going to forget that. And I will always put middle-class working people first. It will always be my priority. Always be my priority. I know where I come from. I know where I come from. But now Donald Trump has a different plan. Just Google. Just look up the Google. Just Google Project 2025. It is a detailed, dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he were elected president again. Donald Trump will give billionaires and corporations massive tax cuts, like he did before. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. And he wants to impose what I call the Trump sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which, as economists have reviewed, would cost the average family nearly $4,000 more a year. In fact, independent economists like Goldman Sachs have said my plan would grow our economy, and his plan would shrink the economy, reignite inflation, and send us into a recession by the middle of next year. On top of all of this, Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act. And let's remember, like, we're not here with Trump amnesia. We remember. Remember when he was president, he tried 60 times to end the Affordable Care Act. And as he said in the debate just this week, he has no plan to replace it. Right. You said it. He said he has, quote, concepts of a plan. Concepts of a plan. No actual plan. So let's just think about this for a moment. He's going to threaten health insurance for the 45 million people who rely on it based on a concept. And take us back when insurance companies had, but because we remember where that was. We remember what that was when insurance companies have the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. Remember what that was like? Remember. Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. No. We are not going back. Because ours is a fight for the future. And ours is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. And we remember how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intent that they would overturn Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And we understand where we are. We understand where we are. Hey, listen. Now is the time to get a hostage deal and ceasefire. We have been working around the clock to get that done. And I respect your voice, but right now I am speaking. On the issue of fundamental rights and freedoms, we remember how he selected those members of the Supreme Court to undo Roe v. Wade. They did just as he intended. And what we have seen is in state after state, they passed laws to criminalize healthcare providers, to punish women. Now more than 20 states have a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions for rape and incest, which is immoral. To tell a survivor of a violation to their body that they don't have a right to make a decision about what happens to their body next, that's immoral. And let us agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. And I will tell you, when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And I'm traveling our country, and I'll tell you, across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental freedoms and rights, like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to join a union, and the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. Let's remember who we are as Americans. Generations before us led the fight for freedom. And to the friends here, I say, the baton is now in our hands. And so much is on the line in this election. We all know and remember, this is not 2016 or 2020. The stakes are even higher than they were then. Because 2 months ago, the United States Supreme Court essentially told the former president that he will effectively be immune no matter what he does if he gets back into the White House. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. Imagine what that might mean. Right. He who has vowed if reelected he would be a dictator on day one. He who called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States. And let us be clear, someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States of America should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. So Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this. We are here together because we love our country. We love our country. And we who are here understand the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. And I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So, Pennsylvania, 53 days until Election Day. And we know ours will be a tight race until the very end. We are the underdog. We are the underdog. Let's remember that and know that. When we know how they play. We know how they play. We are the underdog, and we have some very hard work ahead of us. But here's the thing. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. And with your help, we will win. We will win. So, Pennsylvania, today I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
more trips somehow.
Oh no, I feel like there's still plenty.
Don't worry.
Yeah, she'll find a way.
Actually, she'll come here. She'll be like,
She'll be like, LA is too far. I'm gonna
it's a waste of taxpayers.
a Wilmington now.
Have you been to the Queen?
Sounds like about 12 minutes I can drive to
It's gotta be like some Eastern Shore.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's gotta be somewhere close too.
Yeah, right. Like LA would be mine, but it is too far.
David, so.
Like, so if I were I feel like yeah, if it was like, oh, this is like the end. This is the end. Yeah.
You can do like you can do it on a long weekend.
No pool.
Hey, hey, hey.
Just in case.
It's cute. I'll believe me, you won't be the first. Let's say here, they're like at that line right there. You'll be back here. So that's why Jason's here. So, but you should come back now. What a good run. Someone said that was the pre-evaluated as the largest brunch we've ever had on this lawn. That's just like I know that's like a niche award to give. I was like largest. I was like, this isn't. I've seen more people here.
Largest and maybe first.
What brunch are we bringing? Well, maybe they had brunches.
Maybe.
Just like with 4 people.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
If I was president, I might do that.
I would. Actually, you could argue probably every meeting is probably brunch. Rose Garden. Right. I'm sure they're probably describing breakfast. Brunch sounds too easy.
My boss used to lose her mind with the brunch list. It was the
Oh my god.
the brunch
I've
list.
never heard of a
Oh, they stopped. Yeah.
Wait, Divided Way did that?
Yeah. Brunch list.
Was that a joke or was that?
So it was like.
Well, I know they did it, but I didn't come up with a joke. Because I try to.
Why do I
suggest you
Trump
types
fans
of
do
this.
that?
I don't know.
I wish someone was like a fool that it was like me a lit lecture. I was like, I don't know. But then I was like, but tell me about the Trump ones. Yeah. Although, or they were like, oh, but they said that like this guy's Steve. You know, Trump would be like, all right, okay, I'm doing something, guys. Everybody come listen.
But they didn't blow it as often as you guys. Like they called it later was generally.
would agree pretty good. Yeah. And they also knew. I gotta tell you, like he tried to tell the
As opposed to like 2 or 3
you can
times
give
a
a
month.
lid quickly. Like you can say, that way. Lunch lid would take something.
Maybe the next 4 months. We'll
I
figure this one out.
That's me when I dip out of the pillow. Like that's all to me, barring breaking news, shooting, assassination.
All the things.
The Trump stuff, the killer after the election, when they just stopped all communication.
I had the first. We would basically just binge it on politics. We were there until like 11 p.m. on a Friday night for
I did a government shutdown. That the shutdown happened.
They like lost track, or they were
no,
fully
it
aware.
was
Or was it a? I
thought
nobody was
Yeah.
Someone called it a spite.
Yeah,
They were
I mean, I
talking the other day,
think
like
it
they would do it in spite. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. That like they were getting. I feel like if you overexpose to him, we're actually like expecting the idea of he's not making news or news worthy or something like that. Then it clearly doesn't know the way that he like that. Like you mean nobody wants to cover what's happening right now.
Government shutdown, and then at midnight, government shutdown, and then the pool is still there, but then the Wranglers all got immediately were non-essential, so then there was no one to call.
Oh my gosh.
So we were like in limbo.
That would have been a great West Wing playbook.
If only we'd existed then.
Perpetual
We left at 2 a.m., but I don't really know why. I don't think we ever even.
You just know it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's the other part. You know it's entirely ridiculous.
Well, it's also one of those like
Arbitrary.
Yeah.
AP's not leaving, so now Reuters can't leave, so now AFT can't leave. Like, I was ready.
We're not bound by
I don't know who I was working for, but I was ready.
Yeah. That's terrible.
Yeah.
So bad.
And then the next day, and there was no call center, right? So the government shut down, so we kind of all just go like, yeah, we'll show up at.
Did you see like Circle World?
They go extra slow. No, I don't know.
It's longer than
stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition, and yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping. Out on the streets, the traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the job from 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by, it's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5, for service and devotion. You would think that I would deserve a fair promotion. Want to move ahead, but the boss won't seem to let me. I swear sometimes that man is out to get me. They let you dream just to watch him shatter. You're just a step on the boss man's ladder, but you got dreams he'll never take away. In the same boat with a lot of your friends, waiting for the day your ship will come in and the tide's gonna turn and it's all gonna roll your way. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by, it's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and you never get the credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5, yeah, they got you where they want you. There's a better life, and you think about it, don't you? It's a rich man's game, no matter what they call it. And you spend your life putting money in his wallet. 9 to 5, oh, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by, it's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5, yeah, they got you where they want you. There's a better life, and you dream about it, don't you? It's a rich man's game, no matter what they call it. And you spend your life.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things that I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight. I ain't got many friends left to talk to. No answer when I'm in trouble. You know I'd do anything for you. Stay alive but keep it undercover. I just wanna
the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down.
We have a president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign. Securing the border to foreign policy.
He now has a record as president that's pretty damn impressive.
Breaking news out of Palm Beach,
The FBI has executed an unprecedented search warrant at President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The former president has both sides of the political aisle up in arms.
This is a dangerous and unstable moment in American history.
The Justice Department has just indicted former President Donald Trump.
For 7 years, they hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him.
This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Oh, believe me, for those endearing young chums that I gaze on so fondly today were to suddenly leave you or fly in the night, just like fairy gifts gone in the sky.
I'm just trying to be a father, raise a daughter and a son, be a lover to their mother, everything to everyone, up and at 'em bright and early. I'm all business in my suit. Yeah, I'm dressed up for success, from my head down to my boots. I don't do it for the money, there's bills that I can't pay. I don't do it for the glory, I just do it anyway. Providing for our futures, my responsibility. Yeah, I'm real good under pressure, being all that I can be. I can't call in sick on Mondays when the weekend's been too strong. I just work straight through the holidays, sometimes all night long. You can bet that I stand ready when the wolf growls at the door. Hey, I'm solid, hey, I'm steady, hey, I'm true down to the core. And I will always do my duty, no matter what the price. I've counted up the cost, I know the sacrifice. Oh, and I don't want to die for you, but if dying's asking me, I'll bear that cross with honor, 'cause freedom don't come free. I'm an American soldier, an American. Beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. When liberty's in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front lines, sleep in peace tonight. American soldier, I'm an American soldier. Yeah, an American soldier, an American. Beside my brothers and my sisters, I will proudly take a stand. When liberty's in jeopardy, I will always do what's right. I'm out here on the front line, so sleep in peace tonight. American soldier, I'm an American, an American, an American
said, "It's so strange, I come alive when she does all those things to me." And she said, "Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, I need you, come on, I love you, come on, I need you, come on, come on, baby's gone all the way. So right, here with
The very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you. This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Hal Shaw to lead us in today's invocation.
So how many followers of Christ do we have in the house today? Let us pray. Lord Jesus, you have promised that where 2 or more are gathered in your name, there shall you also be. So we welcome you into this place and ask that you touch us and fill us with your Holy Spirit, transforming us more and more into your likeness. We praise you because you are the God of the universe, the creator of all things. You are all-powerful, all-knowing, all-present. You are good, you are love, and you are mercy. We praise you because as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are your ways higher than our ways, and your thoughts are higher than our thoughts. We praise you because you have conquered death and evil, and we fight from a place of victory. We thank you for sacrificing your son Jesus to die on the cross for our sins and creating a path of reconciliation for us to come back to you. We thank you for our founding fathers who loved you deeply and were called to establish the United States of America. We thank you for the miraculous life of George Washington and the impossible victory of the American Revolutionary Army over the British, the greatest military force of that time. We thank you for our Constitution, which established that our federal government is a constitutional republic, limited in jurisdiction, and whose leaders are chosen by we the people. That you gave us the inalienable rights of the free exercise of a religion, freedom of speech and of the press, the right of the people to peaceably assemble, and the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Also, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms. We thank you for raising up Donald J. Trump as a modern-day Cyrus in this time of chaos. and in his first 4 years of service has proven himself the most effective and most prosperity-producing president in the past century, the most pro-life president in the modern era, and the most supportive president of Israel since its rebirth in 1948. We thank you for saving Donald J. Trump from an assassin's bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, thereby showing the world that your hand is upon him, and you have chosen him for your purposes in saving this country that you love and your deliverance from the wicked lawfare that he is enduring. We thank you for uncovering the depth of corruption in the deep state and the purging of uniparty globalists and traitors from the GOP. Hallelujah. We thank you for bringing cultural influencers such as Elon Musk, Russell Brand, Jordan Peterson, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to the side of righteousness. We thank you for choosing J.D. Vance as President Trump's running mate